Hello, and welcome back to Kept Up Codes for 90 Days. So this is the 27th day of 90 days of web development, where I spend 90 days learning about web development for about 4 hours each day. So today is a bit weird. There was a shooting in my town. At the library, a mass shooting. We left 2 dead and 1 other injured. We still don't know the full details about motives or who the victims are. And it's a little scary that this happened so close to home. So I got that in the back of my head today. Heart goes out to the victims. I know, we're gonna feel this in the town for a while. So keeping my eye out for why this happened, why this kid decided to use guns to commit violence. So keeping that in my head, but trying to focus on the tasks ahead today. So let's see. So yesterday, what did we do? We did a quiz on CSS Grid, which I failed the first time, and then got to do a retake on a much easier one. It's very nice of them to give me a softer quiz the second time around. Then we did the module on animations and accessibility. We had can I zoom in on this here? Is that possible? Yeah, I think it's easier to zoom in here. Let's just zoom down here, see what the agenda is here. There we go. Oh, that's nicer. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Animations and accessibility. We built a animated Ferris wheel that was very jank, very silly looking, to be honest. Okay, it worked. Introduced us to animations. I've already worked with animations, though. This is kind of just like, what did I learn new, though? I'm trying to think. Not a lot. We built the moon orbit. That was kind of cool. Is there a way for me to see that there? I want to look at the note there. We built the moon orbit, and that was kind of cool. We had that, hey, over here. Over here. Focus. Focus over here. Here we go. We built a moon orbit. I tried to make it to scale. I don't know if I achieved that. I can't zoom in anymore with that. Okay. And built a Flappy Penguin, which was mostly drawing, very little animation. And then I built this jank portfolio. Personal portfolio. We'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. I'll make it look like that other one. I swear, I promise I'll make it look like that other one. Let's see if we can zoom this down here. Where was it? Here. Oh, I can't show it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'll make sure that we do better next time. This is probably that's what I want to make it look like. But just it was a lot to get through in that day, so couldn't get to it all. And then we looked at So we saw the syntax for keyframes where we were actually like defining a keyframe rule, and so you define one called slide in here, and you set, you know, at what percentage of the timeline it should do this this stuff, transform and translate X and all that stuff, transform and that stuff there. So it's kind of like injecting this into your class where you define the animation at different points of the keyframes, right? So we're going to avoid content that flashes more than 3 times per second to help out those with potential epilepsy. Oh gosh, come on, man! Every time here we go. And then we looked at a blanket approach to applying the prefers reduce motion property. So when somebody has on their system or on the browser that they want reduced animations, then we apply these things. So you do it with a media query, then apply these different properties where we're reducing the duration and the transition durations to essentially like instant, you know, setting it to 0.01 milliseconds, which I guess is maybe the smallest quantized time unit. I'm not sure. And then animation iteration count, you just have it go once, so it's not looping over and over again. So that like helps people with maybe vestibular disorders or something. And then scroll behavior auto important. That does what was that? So that instead of there being an animation between scrolling down while you were scrolling, that it just automatically jumps down. Yeah, I think that's what that does. And then we set the, you know, we flagged it, use the important flag to you know, override any other specifiers, because we were using this very low specificity number, you know, value for the all selector. That's what we were doing. So then we did a more targeted approach. So this is kind of bad because, you know, people deserve to have some animations. So there might be some important animations that you want, but you want to do 2 different types of things for them. So so you might have a transition. You might have animations on transition that you want to turn off then with those animated elements there. So that's what we did yesterday. And so let's come back over to here. We're going to start the timer here. Today we're going to do a review of CSS Animations, and then we're going to do a HTML review, which is going to be a very large look at the very, yeah, we're going to have to review our HTML for the exam that we have up on Friday. And then we'll, time permitted, we'll go into the layout with CSS Grid here. Yeah, so I think that'll be a day. I don't think HTML review is going to take that long of time, but we'll see. So let's get the Pomodoro timer up. Get the Pomodoro timer up and we'll start that. Okay. And let's review CSS Animations. We'll get that open. We'll open up our free code camp. And you can now claim the Legacy Responsive Web Design V8 certification. Visit your settings to claim your certification. Okay, visit my settings. Where's my settings? Build a version of really hope you. That's funny. So how can I wait? How do I do it? Where's my settings? Claim my V8. Okay. What are you talking about here? Visit my settings. Is it all the way over here? Was it from this? Do I have to go into here? September. I think it was December when we ended. It was effectively the end of the year, was it not? I think it was. It's just not showing up as like completing the whatchamacallit. I don't know. What happened? It says I can claim my certification, but it didn't. But where? Brother, where? Where, brother? Settings? Is that what it is? Oh, wait. Is that what this is? Oh, maybe in here? Oh. Okay. Okay, so I have a old one, an old legacy responsive web design. I don't think that's what I did though. We did the JavaScript stuff, right? We didn't do any of the other stuff. Okay. Oh wait, what is this? Editor scroll bar width? You can increase the scroll bar. Keyboard shortcuts, yes. Campfire volume, what the heck is that? Pleasant acoustic campfire, okay. That's interesting. We're no longer there. We'll do a picture some other time. Was there honesty policy? Before you can claim a verified certification, you must accept our academic honesty pledge. I understand that plagiarism means copying someone else's work and presenting the work as if it were my own, without clearly attributing the original author, right? Understand that plagiarism is an act of intellectual dishonesty and that people usually get kicked out of university or fired from their jobs if they get caught plagiarizing, unless you are the First Lady of the United States. Aside from using open source libraries such as jQuery and Bootstrap and snort snippets of code which are clearly attributed to the original author, 100% of the code in my projects was written by me or along with another person going through the free code camp curriculum with whom I was pair programming with at the time. In real time. Pledge that I did not. Oh, so this means that we can pair program. We can do this as a team, guys. pledge that I did not plagiarize any of my freecodecamp.org work. I understand that freecodecamp.org's team will audit my projects to confirm this. Well, that's funny. In the situations where we discover instances of unambiguous plagiarism, we will replace the person in question's certification with a message that upon review, this account has been flagged for academic dishonesty. As an academic institution that grants achievement-based certifications, we take academic honesty very seriously. If you have any questions about this policy or suspect that someone has violated it, you can email support@freecodecamp.org and we will investigate. There you go. Danger zone. Delete. Reset all my progress? No way. No way. What's an exam token? Oh. Okay, that's cool. Am I allowed to do that? I don't know. I probably shouldn't share it. On there. Maybe what I'll do is I'll put something up while I'm taking the exam. That's what I'll have to think about what I do for that. And do something tomorrow. Because I probably shouldn't be showing that on the stream. Should have that like off screen. I should have it on my on something else. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. Let's see. But we will review. We'll do the review. Everything that's going to be on the exam will be here. So let's go to the curriculum. Curriculumo. Let's go. There. Continue learning. Animations review. There we go. CSS Animations review. Not a lot to get to. Not a lot to get through here. So open this up. We'll move this to quizzes, I think, and then we'll do following this CSS notes. And let's take this down here. And I guess there's only just 2 things for this. Which was then at the bottom of this, I think. Okay, and so let's see. All right, not much to get through here. The animation basics. Let's copy the link. Let's share it with the chat here. None of you viewers. I hope that does come up on the the live replay or something. CSS animation basics definition. CSS animations allow you to create dynamic, visually engaging effects on web pages without the need for JavaScript or complex programming. They provide a way to smoothly transition elements between different styles over a specified duration. The keyframes rule defines the stages and styles of the animation. It specifies what styles the animation or the element should have at various points during the animation. So keyframes slide in 1 second. So it doesn't repeat though. So that's kind of a problem though for us here. There we go. So there's a slide in effect. Have things slide in. I like to use that. That's a pretty cool little effect. Having stuff appear on the screen, just sliding in and then leaving the screen, then exit. Animation property. So this is the shorthand property used to apply animations. Animation name, duration, timing function. These are all, different parts of that shorthand that you can set the value for individually or more explicitly. This specifies the name for the keyframes rule to use. So the animation name is the keyframe rule that's been defined. And duration sets how long the animation should take. Timing function defines how the animation progresses over time, such as ease linear, ease in and out. Animation delay specifies a delay before the animation starts. Iteration count is how many times the animation should repeat. Animation direction determines whether the animation should play in the normal direction, in reverse, or alternate between the two. I wonder if you can do this here. Oh wait, it doesn't alternate there. Wait, what if we did it up here? So it doesn't go backwards. Normal, reverse, alternate between the two. So the iteration count could be 2, I guess. All right, so it goes out and then comes back in. So if we do 4. Okay. Specifies a delay, fill mode. How the element should be styled before and after the animation. Well, that's something. What is that? That's not... Really? We didn't even get to play around with that. Fill mode? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Forwards? What does that mean? How it should be filled. How it should be filled. Fill mode. So let's get this up here. Get the MDN docs up. Select a mode to start. None. Forwards. Okay. Okay, so it stops at the end. Goes backwards. I don't get it. Apply styles to its target before and after its execution. What is both? I don't get it. So if we have like a color change or something. I don't get it. animation fill mode. Will not apply any styles to the target when it's not executing. The element will instead be displayed using any other CSS rules applied to it as the default value. Forwards will retain the computed values set by the last keyframe encountered. Okay. Okay, I still don't get it. They don't say what other styling is going on this element. I can't see what the other thing is. Can I see exactly what that is? I don't get it. I have trouble understanding that. I don't quite grasp what's going on there. The play state allows you to pause and resume the animation. Let's see. Paused. You can set the play. Okay. So you can like pause it on hover or something like that. Okay. So if you hover over there, you can do that. But then not hover, maybe you could do something there. So animated element on hover. Transform translate X. Transition none. Okay. So we're going from this state to this other state. Is it possible to... set this as paused? But it's not a transition. It's an animation. I don't know if that's gonna work actually. No. So I don't think that works for a transition. So how could it work then? I mean, if you're doing... So by default paused and hover, it's that. Can we do it as an animation? So they're doing that there. So I think we could do it as a... We can do it like this, I think. We do keyframes. slide right. And then what we do is this. So we do a 0%. Translate 0 pixels. And then at like 100% is where that is. And then so instead of transform, we give it the slide right rule, hovering wait, animation is what we need to call that. There it goes. But then it snaps back, so all right, we restarted and then yeah, okay, so something I don't get it. I don't understand what you would use this for. Paused and running. Don't know where we would apply that. Okay, so actually I think I need to like restart this because I overwrote what they were doing. So let's copy what they have. Do that there. And CSS. There we go. And of course, the reduced animation prefers reduced motion media query. I talked about already. So, primary concerns is that can cause discomfort or even physical harm to some users. People with vestibular disorders or motion sensitivity may experience dizziness, nausea, headaches, upset stomach, indigestion, diarrhea, exposed to certain types of movement on screen. The prefers reduced motion media query allows web developers to detect if the user has requested minimal animations for or motion effects at the system level. All right, we did that. All right, so we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to start on the HTML review. There's a bit to get through from this perspective here. I might try to go back through and make copies of the pages and stuff and make sure that I really understand what they're asking of us. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. Oh man. Something happened there. Got disconnected for a second. What is going on here? My entire screen's all fucked up. Can't click on shit. Like OBS is all messed up. What is happening? Oh, come on, really? Something's really fucked up here. Oh man. Shoot. Why can't I click on things? Why can't I click on things? What the heck is going on? Hang on a second. What is it? Control. Reset the Explorer. Oh my god, really? Come on. I can't click on anything. Oh wait, there it goes. I can click on that when I hover over. Oh, wait, is it working now? No, it's not. Wait, now it is? Wait, what is going on? What's going on? What are we doing? What the heck even was that? What even was that? Was it because it was like stuck on something? All right, whatever. So weird. Okay, we're going to match up here. Hang on a second. So review the concepts below to prepare for the upcoming prep exam. So HTML basics here, boiler code and that stuff. Okay, so yeah, okay, so we'll do HTML review here. Wait, what? So weird. Okay. For development web HTML, we'll do this for here. And we'll copy and paste that. So yeah, the first thing should be HTML review there. Should always be that. Okay. So the role of HTML. So hypertext markup language, the foundation of web structure, defining the elements of a web page, HTML elements used to represent content on the page. Most of them are made by an opening and closing tag. Okay. Okay. HTML structure. HTML consists of a head and body where metadata, styles, and content are structured. Common HTML elements, headings, H1 through H6, paragraphs, and div containers. Div elements. The div element is a generic HTML element that does not hold any semantic meaning. It's used as a generic container to hold other HTML elements. Void elements do not have a closing tag. You have an image there, and image tag like that, and then link tags, I think, as well. Attributes are like adding metadata and behavior to elements. Identifiers and grouping. Unique element identifiers, IDs there. Classes are grouping elements for styling and behavior. Special characters. Right. I'm a little scattered brained right now. Maybe we'll go through this to their HTML stuff here. Let's see. All right. Oh gosh. Okay. So yes, we've seen this stuff before. Identifiers and grouping. IDs, unique element identifiers, right? You can only have one ID. You can. It won't break things, but like it's harder to use the DOM to. Right? Does it break the DOM actually? That's a good question. Ooh, if you try to select an element by ID, like using get element by ID with JavaScript, does that not quite work then? Or is it just grabbing the first one? I think it still works, just grabs the first one. Okay. Okay. Just not really focused right now. I might need to take a longer break. Come back to this. I'm going to take a break and come back to this. So I'll pause the timer where we are now. And yeah, and we'll pick up when I come back. Okay, I think I'm feeling a little better. Let's get the timer started again. All right. Okay. Yeah, ID, unique element identifiers, right? And then classes are the grouping elements for styling and behavior. Special characters and linking. You can use the ampersand. And, you know, semicolon thing. Link element, linking to external style sheet, script element. Embedding external JavaScript files, boilerplate and encoding. Basic structure of a web page. Includes the doc type, HTML head, and body elements. Should be used as a starting point for an HTML document. UTF-8 character encoding. It ensures universal character display. SEO and social sharing, so meta tags, description, providing a short description for the web page and impacting SEO. Open graph tags, enhancing social media sharing. So we haven't really looked at those though. Let's do a look for open graph tags. Okay. So the base HTML element specifies the base URL to use for all relative URLs in a document. There can be only one base. My screen is flickering like crazy. This is not the best day here. I think what's going on, let me try resetting. Resetting the display settings or something. There's something going on. I just updated the graphics driver. I don't know what's going on. Okay, it's still flickering. Oh, God damn. What the fuck, man? Why? Just have to go and do a clean installation of this. Last updates failed, because of course they did. Man, I gotta get that other computer, the other computer set up. This is like, I'm done. I'm done with Windows. I am absolutely done with them. I'm done with Microsoft. There's all just like suggestions. There's nothing that's going to guarantee that's going to work. It's just going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. So many distractions today. Oh, gosh. And it's a lot of reading, so it's not a lot of doing. So there's just a lot. My brain just doesn't want to do this. Like, it doesn't want to. I don't want to do this stuff. Ensuring universal character display, that thing there. So what are open graph tags again? So I was on that. I was looking for that. So what is an open graph tag? What the hell does that mean? So any web page should become there. Rich objects in a social graph. Right, okay, so with metadata. So the 4 required properties are the title of your object. It should appear within the graph. The OG title, the OG type. Open graph is, I guess, the initials there. The type of the object, video, movie. depending on the type you specify. So I guess there's probably a bunch of different types. An image URL should represent your object within the graph. Okay. So music song. Interesting. Okay. Book author, book ISBN, book tag, and book release date. So this is referring to... This isn't the video itself, though, right? It's not, because it's just a discussion on the video. Okay. That's interesting. I haven't really worked with this stuff here. Open Graph Protocol, created at Facebook, inspired by Dublin Core. So, like, should I use it? What's the advantage? So there's ways to work with stuff here with Open Graph form. Open Graph, you can work with information from the website, so scraping it directly. Oh, and I guess it is. Oh, that's interesting. You just give it a URL. Oh, that's fun. And then it'll give you the data. So that's cool, actually. You don't have to do much. It'll give you back the JSON or the dictionary of all the information there. That's interesting. That's really cool. Okay. Huh. All right, we're going to take a quick break now. We'll come back and continue on with the review for HTML. All right, so we're on to media elements and optimization. I did want to just check and see that open graph thing. Do they have something with... I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking for here. If they don't have something for JavaScript, that's kind of like, okay, you can just parse the DOM, and so I don't know. I don't know what I was really expecting. All right, so replaced elements, embedded content, images, iframes. Optimizing media techniques to improve your media performance. All this is very seems not deep enough to me. Oh, here's the form stuff. Okay. Let me just copy the other stuff. I'm gonna like go and grab something else. I think it's just because like HTML is not very interesting to me anymore. Been using it since the GeoCities days. So the newer semantic stuff is kind of cool, and but like all this, like the terminology and the definitions and all these things are just kind of boring. Just a boring thing to learn or to review. You know, when you're going through it, it's kind of cool to going piece by piece. It's pretty fun. Submit forms. There's just a lot to get through, and I think I'm just feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the volume here. So I'm not coming into this with the right mindset here. It's also been a long time since I did these modules on HTML. So it just feels a bit difficult. Like there's a lot of cognitive work that needs to be done to bring these things, these ideas back to the front here, back into working memory. So it's like it's just hard for me to focus. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here. We're going to take a look at the beginning stuff here. We're going to look at the well, basic HTML review. So we'll get this one. We'll take a look at this. And let's copy and paste this one. We'll just go all the way through everything here. That way. Well, oh my gosh, there's a lot here. Okay, I'm already overwhelmed again. Okay, that's a lot. Well, let's go back to our page here, which this should have. This should be in. That should be there, so then we can reference it from there. Okay, and then so HTML accessibility should be one. HTML tables and forms. Let's see. Semantic HTML. Basic HTML. And then I think that's it. I think that's all there is for that. So, oh gosh. Wish there was a way to collapse everything in a certain, at a certain level. So with this, they piled on these this module like to be a huge module. Right, that was right. Okay, that's a huge module. So that's why it's so long of a review there. Okay. Computer basics. We should probably review this as well. Why does it do that? It's like completely... I don't like that. But then if I collapse here and then I undo it, then it's all collapsed. It's not... Wait, no, are we good? Maybe we are good. Never mind. Maybe it's good now. So we should review the computer basics and stuff too, just to... It is going to be part of the exam, although I feel pretty good about the basics. CSS fundamentals too. Let's go to here, CSS fundamentals. And then we're okay. No, are we good? Okay, yeah, we're still good. Well, we're actually going to review that today, tomorrow. So let's go into basic HTML here. We'll move this to quizzes again. Oops, you know what? We want that to have styling. I like the styles. Okay, so there is a lot here. There's a lot here. Okay. So the role of HTML. Represents the content structure of a web page. HTML elements are the building blocks for an HTML document. They represent headings, paragraphs, links, images, and more. Most HTML elements consist of an opening tag, element name, and a closing tag. Here's the basic syntax. Element name goes in between there. Void elements cannot have any content and only have a start tag. Elements include image and meta elements like these. It's common to see some code bases that include a / inside the void element. Both of these are acceptable. Attributes. An attribute is a place, or it's a value placed inside the opening tag of an HTML element. Attributes provide additional information about the element or specify how the element should behave. Here's the basic syntax for an attribute. So an attribute here with the value of the attribute, like that. A Boolean attribute is an attribute that can be presented as either it can be either present or absent in an HTML tag. So if present, the value is true. If otherwise, it's false. Examples of Boolean attributes include disabled, read-only, and required. So when disabled is in the tag, then it's disabled. If it's not there, then it's not disabled. If when read-only is in the tag, then it's read-only. Otherwise, it's not, and so on. Comments are used in programming to leave notes for yourself and other developers in your code. Here's the syntax for a comment in HTML. You have the less than sign with a bang and the 2 hyphens, and then you have your comment in between, and then you just have 2 hyphens and the greater than sign, and that denotes a comment in HTML. And then the browser parsing the HTML will recognize that that's a comment, and it will skip it from processing it. Common HTML elements. There are 6. Actually, the way that it does this is that it parses this part first, and then so anything after that is a comment, and so anything then after this part is not a comment. So if you only have this, then it's going to read the entire rest of the code as a comment. So if you don't close it off, then it's going to be, think that everything after this part is a comment. Common HTML elements. We have heading elements. There are 6 heading elements in HTML. The H1 through H6 heading elements are used to signify the importance of content below them. The lower the number, the higher the importance. So H2 elements have less importance than H1 elements. And here we go. We've got some code here. We can put that code into here. That was so odd. Okay. And so then we have paragraph elements. It's so odd that it's just that whole thing. And then the HTML, and then the image elements here. So with image elements, you have the source attribute used to specify the location for that image. The image elements, or for image elements, it's good practice to include another attribute called alt attribute. And that allows you to put text, descriptive text that describes the image. Just says a slice of lasagna on a plate. So this should describe the lasagna. Lasagna on a plate could be delicious. How delicious, though? Like, are we, like, if this is for a menu or a website or something, gonna have to describe that. Describe the lasagna. How's it gonna taste? How does it look? Does it look like it's gonna taste good? Describe the texture, the mouthfeel of the lasagna. Okay. Yeah. The cat body, cat photo app. The lesser known Chaperone song, cat photo app. I'm gonna keep on snapping at the cat photo app. It's a paragraph element. H1. That's a paragraph element. Yep, that's a header element. That's a paragraph. We know this stuff. We know this stuff very well. We've been using this a lot in the past days here. Div elements, did I not do? Okay, section elements up here. There we are. Div elements are not non-semantic dividers. So section elements divide content up into smaller sections. Div elements, and there should be something on semantic HTML after this here in the second review document. Div elements are just like that. So it's an element, a generic HTML element that does not hold any semantic meaning. It's used as a generic container to hold other HTML elements. Anchor elements here are used to apply links to a web page. The href attribute is used to specify where the link should go when the user clicks on it. Unordered and ordered lists. So we have an unordered list here, and I guess we're going to have an ordered list after that. Okay. Strong importance. We'll just copy this. Nothing but HTML review today. Wow, there is a lot in this document here. There is a lot going on. So all of that is just in the basic part. That's so weird. Okay. Let's see us here. Media integration. I wish there was a... I wish I knew the way to, like, regex this. Starts with a number. There's lots of stuff happening, and then you have the open sandbox, and then you have closing and open and sandbox. Is there a way to do that in here? There's control replace, except there's no, it doesn't handle regex search. Like I think you can do in VS Code. That's Markdown. Why is that Markdown? Markdown. Why is it Markdown? I think what they're saying is probably that they want a file system or something. Okay, so we're all the way up here. We are so far from the bottom of this. So those are list items. You have your UL tag. Inside of that UL tag, you can put nest in these LI elements, which are list items. You can put as many as you wish. As many as your heart desires. You can have them. And just change that to an OL for the ordered list. And then there's other things you can do with the ordered list. You can have some fun, you know, different styles and different markers to use there. Cats love them. Love them lasagna. Do they? Do cats really love lasagna? Strong importance. So this is where I'm kind of need to refresh my memory here on the strong element. So it's used to place strong emphasis on text to indicate a sense of urgency and seriousness. So it's going to be different than bold. Bold is not quite the same, right? So it's not quite the same. What was the difference? We know that emphasis is used to place emphasis on a piece of text, and it's going to be italicized, italicized. Then we have figure elements here. So the figure element is used to group content like images and diagrams. Can we wrap this? I wish we could. Wait, there's a command palette? Wait, what? 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 I didn't realize this was here. Interesting. Fold, double fold recursively. Oh my gosh. Well, what do we want to do here? What I want to do is we can go to symbol, you can rechange. Control Shift O. Go to symbol. Control Shift O. Oh. Oh. Change all occurrences. Control F2. Interesting. Rename symbol. Wait, so you can F2 this? Or you can Control F2. What? Okay. I didn't know you could do this with this one. I think this is different than their other stuff. So this is because of the code sandbox thing, right? This is not because of the... this is not what they use in their workshops or labs. So figure and fig caption elements. The figure element is used to group content like images and diagrams. The fig caption element is used to represent a caption for that content inside the figure element. The main element. So this element is used to represent a main, the main content for a web page. I like using this, using that for semantic stuff there. And then the footer element is placed at the bottom of the HTML document and usually contains copyright information and other important page links. No copyright? Now that's not, it's got to have something, right? If it's got no copyright, then it's not it's not. The lack of a license does not mean that it's not copyright, that it's not copyright eligible. You have to specify if you want it to be used, if you're okay with it being used everywhere, then you choose a common, what do you call it? What the heck is it called? Creative Commons license. And yeah, and then you set however restrictive you want that freedom to be, basically. Yeah, so just saying no copyright is not, that's not a license. All right, so oh wow, Portugal routed Uzbekistan 5-0. And then England. So Algeria won, so they might still be alive. Jordan's going to be out of it. Of course, Uzbekistan probably out of it. England, Ghana. They're playing in about an hour, less than an hour, about 40 minutes. Oh, I want to watch that. I want to root Ghana on. Croatia and Panama. Croatia's going to rout them, probably. You have to imagine. Yeah, so the big match I think of today is England and Ghana. That's going to be a tight one. Okay, let's get back into identifiers and grouping. IDs, unique element identifiers for HTML elements. ID names should only be used once per HTML document, of course. And you set the ID like that inside of the opening tag. ID names cannot have spaces. If your ID name has multiple words, then you can use dashes between the words like so. I think you can use underscores too. I'm not entirely sure. I think you can use underscores. Classes are used to group elements for styling and behavior. Unlike IDs, you can reuse the same class name throughout the HTML document. The class value can also have spaces like this. This is specifying two different classes. So you're specifying a box class and a red box class. Special characters and linking. HTML, actually, I'm not sure if that's accurate, what I just said, because the way that you parse this with, or the way that you select these with CSS, the verbiage on that for using the dot syntax is actually, so if I do a dot box, that's selecting all elements that have the dot box in their space separated string of like class values. So this is class box red box, but because then there's another way that you can select them. I forget what the way that we did it. There's another way that you can select where the class is like equal. Yeah, so like the attribute selector. So you could set it so that if the class was actually equal to that specific thing, you could do that. Special characters and linking. HTML elements, an HTML entity or character references, a set of characters used to represent a reserved character in HTML. Examples include the ampersand symbol and the less than symbol, right? So the link element is used to link to external resources like style sheets and site icons. Here is the basic syntax for using the link element for an external CSS file. The rel attribute is used to specify the relationship between the linked resource and the HTML document. The href attribute is used to specify the location of the URL for the external resource. Script element is used to embed executable code. While you can technically write all of your JavaScript code inside the script tags, it is considered best practice to link to an external JavaScript file instead. Here's an example of using the script element to link an external JavaScript file. Use script with the src attribute, and then you give it the value of the path to the JavaScript file. The src attribute is used here to specify the location for that external JavaScript file. Boilerplate and encoding. Boilerplate is so it includes the best or the basic structure and elements essential for every HTML document. So where did I have this here? Up here, there it is. So breaking it down, the doc type is used to tell browsers which version of the HTML you're using. And if we have this here, and zoom in here, doc type is used to tell browsers which version of HTML you're using. HTML element represents the top level element of the root of an HTML document. To specify the language for the document, you should use the lang attribute. So that's the top level element or the root of the HTML. So that's the top level thing. Okay, interesting. I wonder if you can like omit that and then what happens then. So going back to the doc type, I think they said that specifying it as HTML will be HTML5. If you specify it as something else, I think that's a different thing. So let's go take a look at that, explore that for a second. What kind of doc type stuff can we give to it? Doc type HTML. Case insensitive, common to write as doc type HTML. Then what other ways can you do that? Prevent a browser from switching into... Okay, so sole purpose is to prevent a browser from switching into so-called quirks mode when rendering a document. That is, this doc type specifier here ensures that the browser makes a best effort attempt at following the relevant specifications, rather than using a different rendering mode that is incompatible with some specifications. The doc type is case insensitive. The convention of MDN code is to use lowercase, also common to write it as the all caps for the doc type and then all lowercase for HTML. Then what are quirks and standard modes? In the old days of the web, pages were typically written in two versions, one for Netscape Navigator and one for Microsoft Internet Explorer. When the web standards were made at W3C, browsers could not start using them, as doing so would break most existing sites on the web. Browsers therefore introduced two modes to treat new standards compliant sites differently from old legacy sites. There are now three modes used by the layout engines in web browsers: quirks mode, limited quirks mode, and no quirks mode. In quirks mode, layout emulates behavior in Navigator 4 and Internet Explorer 5. This is essential in order to support websites that were built before the widespread adoption of web standards. In no quirks mode, the behavior is hopefully the desired behavior specified by the modern HTML and CSS specifications. In limited quirks mode, there are only a small number of quirks implemented. The limited quirks and no quirks mode used to be called almost standards mode and full standards mode, respectively. These names have been changed as the behavior is now standardized. So how do browsers determine which mode to use? For HTML documents, browsers use a doc type in the beginning of the document to decide whether to handle it in quirks mode or no quirks mode. To ensure that your page uses no quirks mode, make sure that your page has a doc type like this in the example. Just like that. There we go. So the doc type shown in the example is the simplest possible and the one recommended by current HTML standards. Earlier versions of the HTML standard recommended other variants, but all existing browsers today will use no quirks mode for this doc type. There are no valid reasons to use a more complicated doc type. If you do use another doc type, you may risk choosing one which triggers limited quirks mode or quirks mode. Put the document right at the beginning of your HTML document before any other content. The only purpose of doc type HTML is to activate no quirks mode. Older versions of HTML standard doc types provided additional meaning, but no browser ever used the doc type for anything other than switching between render modes. If you serve XHTML using the application XHTML plus XML MIME type in the content type HTTP header, you do not need a doc type to enable no quirks mode, as such documents always use no quirks mode. If you serve XHTML-like content using the text HTML MIME type, browsers will read it as HTML and you will need the doc type to use no quirks mode. So how do you see which mode is used? If the page is rendered in quirks or limited quirks mode, Firefox will log a warning to the console tab in the developer tools. If this warning is not shown, Firefox is using no quirks mode. The value of document compat mode in JavaScript will show whether or not the document is in quirks mode. So let's test that. Let's see. Go into the console here. Okay, well, let's clear all this stuff. Okay, document.compat mode. CSS1 compat. Interesting. That's interesting. That is really interesting. If its value is back compat, the document is in quirks mode. And if it isn't, then it has a CSS1 compat. What other things do we have for the document here? Constructor contains, document contains. Oh, that's fun. It's not an object. You gotta search for an object. Node. You need to search for a node. Do you have to look for an HTML element? No. I don't know what I'm looking for here. Okay, so that's that. Cat in the Hat, and that was that. So the HTML element represents the top level element, right? We talked about that. The head section contains important metadata, which is behind the scenes information needed for browsers and search engines. Meta elements represent your site's metadata. These elements have details about things like character encoding and how websites like Twitter should preview your page's link and more. Title element. This element is used to set the text that appears in the browser tab or window. UTF-8 character encoding, UTF-8 or UCS transformation format 8 is a standardized character encoding widely used on the web. Character encoding is the method computers use to store characters as data. The char set attribute is used inside of a meta element to set the character encoding to UTF-8. SEO and social sharing. Search engine optimization is a practice that optimizes web pages so they become more visible and rank higher on search engines. The meta description element is used to provide a short description for the web page and to improve SEO. Okay. Open graph tags. We looked at those a little bit ago. They enable you to control how your website's content appears across various social media platforms such as Facebook, LinkedIn, and many more. By setting these open graph properties, you can entice users to want to click and engage with your content. You can set these properties through a collection of meta elements inside your HTML head section. OG title property. This is used to set the title that displays for social media posts. OG type property. Okay, so freecodecamp.org, the property is the OG title. And then the, oh wait, it says content. Okay. But why does it say content? And then this is property. Okay, okay, never mind. That's just the order that they put these things in. The type property is used to represent the type of content being shared on social media. Examples of this content includes articles, websites, videos, or music. So OG type content is website. You can set the images shown for social media posts by setting a URL for the content and an OG image for the property. An OG URL is used to set the URL that users will click on for the social media posts. Okay, so there can be some advantages. It's mainly, I guess, when embedding the link to the page, it's going to pull the header. So like Facebook's going to pull, or some social media site's going to pull the header or the head, whatever's inside the head of the document, and it's going to parse that. It's going to say, you know, what should I show for the link for this embedded link here. That's how I'm taking it, I guess. I don't know if that's, I think that's right. Media elements and optimization. Replaced elements. A replaced element is an element whose content is determined by an external resource rather than by the CSS itself. Ooh. So an example would be an iframe element. Iframe stands for inline frame. It's an inline element used to embed other HTML content directly within the HTML page. So here's an example. We have the SRC set to a link or a website, a URL. And then the title is the example site. You can include the allow full screen attribute, which allows the user to display in the iframe in full screen mode. So you can have the SRC for the video URL, width for the width value, height value, allow full screen. Will allow the user to click and specify whether or not they want it in full screen. And then there's other stuff here with the allow. Do they talk about this? I don't know if they did. Yeah, so there's other stuff here. The accelerometer, if your phone has an accelerometer, then, or your device has an accelerometer, it's gonna allow that to be used. Allow the autoplay to take hold there. Clipboard to write to clipboard. Encrypted media. Interesting. I don't know what that's for. Gyroscope. So if maybe with DRM, I think. Encrypted media. Gyroscope, picture in picture. And web share, so sharing links and stuff, I guess. Referrer policy, I don't know if I didn't get a good hold of this. Strict origin when cross origin. This is the iframe thing, so Only send the origin of the document as the referrer in all cases. Origin when cross-origin. The user's default behavior if no policy selected. Okay. Send a full URL when performing a same origin request. Only send the origin when the protocol security level stays the same. Okay. Okay, whatever. So to embed a video with an iframe, you can copy it directly from popular video services like YouTube and Vimeo, or define it yourself with the SRC attribute pointing to the URL of that video. Here's an example of embedding a popular free code camp course from YouTube. So there are some other replaced elements, such as video and embed. Some elements behave as replaced elements under specific circumstances. Here's an example of an input element with the type attribute set to image. So you have an input, a type is image, descriptive text goes here, source of the example URL. Right, okay, but what's going on there? Oh, this is whether or not you want to select an image and add an image to upload. There are 3 tools to consider when using media such as images on your web pages: the size, the format, and the compression. A compression algorithm is used to reduce the sizes, or the size for files or data. Image formats, 2 of the most common file formats are PNG and JPEG. Both these are no longer the most ideal formats for serving images. Unless you need support for older browsers, you should consider using a more optimized format like WebP or AVIF. Image licenses. So an image under the public domain has no copyright attached to it and is free to be used without any restrictions. Images licensed specifically under the Creative Commons 0 license are considered public domain. So so if it's in the public domain, then copyrights don't apply. Copyright licenses, you don't need a license. I don't like this verbiage. No copyright attached. Some images might be released under a permissive license like a Creative Commons license or the BSD license that FreeCodeCamp uses. Basically, I think like with the US law, you don't need to define a license to have a copyright on something that you create. It's a legal distinction, right? It's just because you failed to put a license on something doesn't mean that it's free game for everyone to use without attributing you or without crediting you or without paying you. So like the default is that like ownership. The default is ownership. And then the licenses permit usage of it. Which may even include some kind of ownership transferal or something. Okay, so scalable vector graphics is where we left off here. They track data based on paths and equations to plot points, lines, and curves. What this really means is that a vector graphic like an SVG can be scaled to any size without impacting the quality. We haven't really worked with those that much. Multimedia integration, audio and video elements. The audio and video elements allow you to add sound and video content to your HTML documents. The audio element supports popular audio formats like MP3, WAV, and OGG. The video element supports MP4, OGG, and WebM formats. Audio, here's an example. Audio with the source of an MP3 file. Crystallize that inner child. What? Okay. I guess this is something Quincy made. Is this a Quincy song? Let's see. Why can't I play it? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You made it up. If you want to see the audio player on the page, then you can add the audio element with the controls attribute. Not this time. It's pure fiction. From the minds of the writers. False. The controls attribute enables users to manage audio playback, including adjusting volume and pausing or resuming playback. The controls attribute is a Boolean attribute that can be added to an element to enable built-in playback controls. If omitted, no controls will be seen. The loop attribute. The loop attribute is a Boolean attribute that makes the audio replay continuously. Oh, this one's actually working here. They do have the CDN. I don't know if... Oh, you can't hear that one. Give me a moment here, because I think what I need to do... Shoot. Okay, sounds. Is it this one? There it is. That's what we're listening to here. Okay. That's enough of that. Is that just on a loop? Muted attribute. When present in the audio element, the muted attribute will start the audio in the muted state. Wait. I'm confused. I think we cut something out here. Muted, we're on this one. So, controls loop. So the loop controls, this one was supposed to be there. So, put that over down there. I'm guessing it was just removing that part. Oh no, it was this one. Never mind. All right, so the source element, when it comes to audio files, there are differences in which browsers. Let's see. Do I have wait a minute, do I have, let me make sure I have a ducking source on here. I do have a ducking source on here, right? That is reducing it. Okay. When it comes to audio file types, there are differences in which browsers support which type. To accommodate this, you can use source elements inside the audio element, and the browser will select the first source that it understands. Here's an example using multiple source elements from a audio element. This is getting annoying. I don't like this music anymore. Turn that off. Audio controls. And then nested inside of the audio element, you have sources. And you can have multiple sources. Okay. Big Buck Bunny. What the frig is that? It's muted. Oh, Big Buck Bunny. Big Buck Bunny. My patient's gonna yell at this. What is Big Buck Bunny? What is this thing? Am I gonna have to watch 10 minutes of this? Is this AI slop? Archive.org. Hang on a second. Let's go find this thing. What is this thing? Something in the public domain. Must be. What the fuck am I watching? Why is it taking so long to get to Big Buck Bunny? Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. Can I go to parent? Let's go to parent directory or something. Let's see. I gotta find out what this is. Okay. Server error. They're busy. No. No, the archive. Amazingly, that loaded though. Okay, so it's some kind of movie. Poster attribute. If you wanted to display an image while the video is downloading, you can use the poster attribute. This attribute is not available for audio elements and is unique to the video element. Poster. So, right. So you can set a different image for the while the video is downloading. Not available for the audio for obvious reasons, that there's not really a visual component to displaying the audio player aside from the control elements. Target attribute tells the browser where to open the URL for the anchor element. There are 4 important possible values for this. It's self and blank, parent and top. There's a 5th value, unfenced top, which is currently used for experimental fenced frame API. You probably won't have a reason to use this one yet. The self value is the default. Opens a link in the current browsing context. In most cases, this will be the current tab or the window. Blank value is opens the link in the new browsing context. Typically, this will open in a new tab, but some users might configure their browsers to open a new window instead. Let's see. Is it Rico Camp? That one. So parent value, this opens the link in the parent of the current context. For example, if your website has an iframe, a parent value in that iframe would open in your website's tab window, not in the embedded frame. Got it. That makes sense. Okay. It's probably the desired behavior for that. You don't want, an iframe thing clicking into there and then going in from there. You want it to load up into a different context. But maybe, well, I guess just putting it to blank would also do the same thing, right? So the top value opens the link in the topmost browsing context. Think the parent of the parent. This is similar to parent, but the link will always open in the full browser tab window, even for nested embedded frames. Absolute and relative paths. So a path is a string that specifies the location of a file or directory in the system. In web development, paths let developers link to resources like images, style sheets, scripts, and other web pages. Path syntax, there are 3 key syntaxes to know. First is the slash, which can be a backslash or forward slash, depending on your operating system. The second is the single dot. And finally, we have the double dot. The slash is known as the path separator. It is used to indicate a break in the text between folder or file names. Single dot points to the current directory, and the 2 dots point to the parent directory. Okay, yeah, obviously. Absolute path is a complete link to a resource. It starts from the root directory, includes every other directory, and finally the file name and extension. The root directory refers to the top-level directory or folder in a hierarchy. An absolute path also includes the protocol, which can be HTTP, HTTPS, file for local files, and the domain name if the resource is on the web, or also for FTP servers and stuff. I think file works for that. So here's a example of an absolute path that links to the Free Code Camp logo. And there it is. And so you can view it. If you click on it, it comes up in here. So they set it so that it comes up right there. There you go. There you go. It's right there. It's right there. Relative path specifies the location of a file relative to the directory of the current file. Does not include the protocol or the domain name, making it shorter and more flexible for internal links within the same website. Here's an example of linking to the About HTML page from the Contact page HTML page, both of which are in the same folder. So you can read more on the ahref About HTML About page. There you go. Link states. Link is the default state. This state represents a link which the user has not visited, clicked, or interacted with yet. You can think of this state as providing the base styles for all links on your page. The other states build on top of it. Okay. All right. And we touch on this with the CSS. So visited applies when a user has already visited the page being linked to. By default, this turns the link purple, but you can leverage CSS to provide a different visual indication to the user. Hover, so it turns the link, by default, turns the link purple. Not necessarily, it depends on the WebKit and the browser. how the browser specifies that. Hover applies when a user is hovering their cursor over a link. This state is helpful for providing extra attention to a link. So it ensures a user actually intends to click it. Focus applies when you focus on a link. Active applies to links that are being activated by the user. This typically means clicking on the link with the primary mouse button by left clicking in most cases. So we already did this. I don't need to really do that, but we can go back here and do the, maybe I should do all the quizzes and stuff. That would be a little too much though. So the semantic HTML review, and then we're gonna have to take a lunch. Semantic HTML is what should be using for most things these days. Why is this not working? Should I just like grab everything? Cat photo wrap. I'm gonna keep on snapping pictures at the cat photo app. Okay. So that's basic HTML. Basic HTML. Look at basic HTML. So let's take a look at this here. So we did this. We did basic HTML. We'll do the ready book there. No, the book's not open. There it is. Okay. Okay. And then we'll do wait a minute. Semantic HTML. That's what we'll do. And we'll just open that up in the new page. Okay, maybe not. There we go. And then I could just go and click and paste that there. Wish I could go find this stuff. And we're just going to copy and paste all this stuff there. Wonder if I can just like... No, I can't do that, can I? Oh, maybe. Maybe? No. No, I can't. So this is where we talked about the difference between strong and bold, or bring attention to. Bold is the B element. Strong and bold. What's the difference? The importance attribute versus emphasis. And that's something I don't understand. I still don't remember what it was. My God, how many examples are there on this one? How many example code things are there? Code snippets. Okay. So many. ISO 8601 date, the best date format ever constructed. It's the only way to write dates and times. Sortable. Since it's from left to right, it moves hierarchically from constituent components. So minutes make up an hour. So you know, the minutes should be after, to the right of hours. You know, years are made of months. Months are made of days. So it just flows. You know, just works. It works the best way. Don't use like the month, day, year. What are we doing there? We're mixing things up. It would be better even to use the day, month, year. That's it's forgivable. Okay, so importance of semantic HTML. Structural hierarchy for heading elements. So it's important to use the correct heading element to maintain the structural hierarchy of the content. The H1 element is the highest level of heading, and the H6 element is the lowest level of heading. Presentational HTML elements that define the appearance of content. For example, the deprecated center big in font elements. So we haven't even really touched on those because we do other things there. I think because this is yeah, this is controlled by CSS, right? Centering. Yeah. So mainly you want the HTML to describe the content, and you want the CSS to handle how it is displayed visually on the screen. So you write the HTML with accessibility in mind about, you know, what screen readers can read, and then you style it visually for people who are sighted and can see the see what you want to show. Semantic HTML elements, header element used to define the header of a document or section. Oh, tired. So you have a header here. We use that. We use the header, we use the main, we use the footer. Those are the three main things, right? And inside of your header, you can have a nav bar and some other stuff. You can maybe put a title or something. So you define the header of a document or section. Or a section? So inside of a section, you can have headers. Interesting. I did not consider that. You could have a main header, maybe. So inside of section, you have, so inside of main, you have section used to contain the main content of the page. Section element used to divide up content into smaller sections. Oops. So the navigation thing, so we usually nested that inside of the header, but now I'm not so sure is that what we want to do. Navigation element represents a section with navigation links. Maybe that's something that we could do outside of the header. You just put it above the header? I don't know. So they're using list items, but I don't know if that's necessary. We've done it without that. It just might be easier to style that way. The figure element used to contain illustrations and diagrams, and then the emphasis. I just want to get rid of these ones. Get through this this little section first. So the emphasis element marks text that has stress emphasis. We need to look at the distinction between those things. Idiomatic text used for highlighting alternative voice mood or alternative voice or mood. Idiomatic terms from another language, technical terms or thoughts. Oh, so from a different language. See, that makes sense. The language is in French then. You gotta be careful with that though, because okay, the lang thing. You specify that language. In this case, the language would be French. I am does not indicate the text is important or not. It only shows it's somehow different from the than the surrounding text. So it's different from emphasis. Strong element marks text that has strong importance. So we'll put that down here and then bring attention to with the B element. So the B element used to bring attention to text is not important for the meaning of the content. So it's easier to remember I as being idiomatic versus being italics. Well, maybe it's not. It's not for me. But emphasis and the other stuff. So now I have to reverse it, right? It's so weird. Okay, I got to revisit that. Used to bring attention to text that is not important for the meaning of the content. It's usually used to highlight keywords and summaries or product names and reviews. So just something that sets it apart visually. And then the description list. Oh, we have quite a few of these elements. I think we're just going to take a break and then we'll come back and finish this up. We're going to take a lunch and be back in 35 minutes or so. Doopity-doo-dah. We are back today. Where's my face? Do I have a face? Do I not have a face? There's my face. My face is here. Okay. What the heck was Big Buck Bunny? It's a comedy about a well-tempered rabbit, Big Buck. Sounds super gay, to be honest. Like very happy Pride, Big Buck. Who finds his day spoiled by the rude actions of the forest bullies? 3 rodents. He's bullied by rodents. In the typical 1950s cartoon tradition, Big Buck then prepares for the rodents a comical revenge. The creative team for the movie were brought together by the Blender Institute from all over the world. Okay. What? Live your truth, Big Buck. Okay, where did we leave off? We left off at the description list. Oh, these are elements we don't or I don't typically see here. DT and DD elements. So you have a description list used to represent a list of term description groupings. Like definitions. Nice. Okay. Okay. Why don't we have them in Obsidian if they're like, because Obsidian really just like markups or marks down to markup, marks down to HTML, so that like that can be, yeah. Yeah, so why isn't there a wrapper around that? Or some kind of syntax to use that. Represent the term being defined, description, or is this callouts? Is this what callouts is? Callouts are? I don't know. Description details used to represent the description of the term. Okay. Now, I mean, this is flowing to the next line for some reason. What happens if I shrink? No, it is. It's just being sent to the next line. I don't know. Why? That is, because I would think that we would style it so that they're like side by side. But maybe it's just because we're in the inline block. Because the default is inline block or something. For display. No, block quote. Block quote. This is what callouts are basically. In Markdown. Used to represent a section that is quoted from another source, the element has a site attribute. The value of the site attribute is the URL of the source. Okay. Site element used to attribute the source of the referenced work visually, marks up the title of the reference. So you can cite the book, but like, what's the purpose of that other than just... I guess just indicating what the citation is. So if you have like a long list of text, and then somebody with a screen reader wants to understand, like, oh, I want to jump to the citation. Where is this from? And then maybe jump back. Inline quotation element, the Q element. Haven't used that before. Inline quotation. That's interesting. You can set the site for that as well. The abbreviation element represents an abbreviation. To help users understand what the abbreviation or acronym is, you can show its full form, a human-readable description with the title attribute. Contact address. Can set the contact address. Okay. Is that here? I don't see that. So used to represent the contact information. We did make use of that, I think, in one of the projects that we did in this series here. In one of these 27 days that we've done so far. Time element used to represent a date and or time. The date time attribute is used to translate dates and times into a machine readable format. Okay. So ISO 8601 date time attribute used to represent dates and times in a machine readable format. The standard format is year, month, day, and then the time zone, and the T being, or the T just being a separator between the date and time. But I think you can also, usually T is like separate, is defining what the offset from UTC, from the Universal Time Code, or something, right? What does UTC stand for? Coordinated Universal Time. Why is it called Coordinated Universal Time? It's from, or why is it called UTC? It's probably from France or something. International Atomic Time, abbreviated from its French name Temps Atomique International, Temps Atomique International, which is a weighted average of hundreds of atomic clocks worldwide. Wow. Okay, so where's the coordinated thing come from? Where's the name come from? The official abbreviation of Coordinated Universal Time is UTC. This abbreviation comes as a result of the International Telecommunication Union and the International Astronomical Union wanting to use the same abbreviation in all languages. The compromise that emerged was UTC, which conforms to the pattern for the abbreviations of the variants of universal time. So UTO, UT1, UT1R, UT2. What? 1967, the CCIR adopted the names Coordinated Universal Time and Thames Universal Coordon for the English and French names with the acronym UTC to be used in both languages. The name Coordinated Universal Time. So it's just... Why not CUT? Coordinated Universal Time. CUT cut. Why UTC, not CUT? International Astronomical Union. Okay, the IAU. That's what I thought it was. But for some reason I was like, wait, they said like International Atomic thing? So we're not getting anywhere here. Or TUC. Why is it called that? Why? Why not CUT or TUC? Thames Universal Cordon. In French would normally be abbreviated TUC. Coordinated Universal would be CUT. What the they just like split the difference? They're like, avoid confusion, let's just make it not care about anybody. So it's consistent with the abbreviation for universal time, which is UT. Okay. But so is CUT. Well, come on. Oh, I'm never going to figure this out. I'm never going to understand this. Somebody made the decision to call it UTC, not CUT. My guess is that CUT is already a word, so I might be confused something. And then the UTC is a little bit more clear that it's an abbreviation. Maybe that's the motivation, but there's nothing on record here that shows that that's what the why it's like that. Let's see, world time servers. Okay, here we go. Stack Exchange. This will help. There should be some people who give some good responses here. Is there a rule for acronym that doesn't keep the order of the compromise that emerged was there? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Let's see. Was there order? Was there something on that? Sometimes a phrase is written in a specific order to make the acronym sound nice. Even if the original phrase sounds awkward, I think it's uncommon for the abbreviation to be in a different order from the original. I think there has been unusual circumstances. I think they might be a bonus for this acronym. These are backronyms, though. I think. Radar and laser or... Oh, wait, no, they come about because of the... Right, that is... Yeah, that's right. So, initialisms are what you're talking about here, but nobody... This doesn't answer anything. They know it's called UTC, not CUT. Or Universal Time Coordinated? Wait, who says that? Wiki doesn't say that. That's... Somebody made that up. No, there's nowhere on here that's a thing. So maybe that was on the Wikipedia at some point, but it was very weakly supported. Or there was not enough support for it to remain in the article. To avoid appearing to favor any particular language, the abbreviation UTC was so rather than... We don't want to upset one or the other, so we'll just upset everyone. We'll just upset Kevin specifically. Seems a bit odd that coordinated universal time is abbreviated as UTC instead of something like CUT or TUC. Therefore, to minimize confusion and adopt a single label that's acceptable to all languages. Oh, it's just arbitrary decisions made that affect like so many things. Okay, I gotta move on from that. It's enough of that rabbit holing. Where were we? You're a superscript element used to represent superscript text. Common use cases for sup element would include exponents, superior lettering, and ordinal numbers. Sup2. Not much sup2. 2 sup2 sup. And then the sub element. These things are not very frequently used, though. I mean, I guess they maybe they are still used, like, but you're never gonna directly write it like that. You're probably gonna use some other parser that will, or something else to generate that HTML code. Inline code element used to represent a fragment of computer code. Pre-formatted text. Pre-element represents pre-formatted text, of course. So, okay, but why? Pre-formatted text? To be presented exactly as it is in HTML file, the text is typically rendered using a non-proportional or monospaced font. Okay, so what's the difference here? If I do code and I say oh, I think I know the difference. Okay, if I do it like this and then close this off and then going to this mode, it does that in line. So if we want to do pre-formatted, if we want to keep the spacing, right, if you want to keep the spacing the way that it's written, or the way that it's typed. Okay, that makes sense then. It's not really helping there. Unarticulated annotation, a U? What? Why are we coming up with all these names for things that we all knew was underlined? U is underline. Underline is unarticulated. Oh my gosh, I is not italic, it's idiomatic. B isn't bold, it means to bring attention to. U is unarticulated. What? Used to represent a span of inline text which should be rendered in a way that indicates that it has a non-textual annotation. Represent a span of inline text which should be rendered in... I got it. There. Oops. Wait. Come on. Come on. Come on. I can't just go there. Unarticulated. This element used to be called the underline element in older versions of HTML and still sometimes misused in this way. Well, can you blame anyone? Okay, so back on this unarticulated bullshit. So represents a span of inline text which should be rendered in a way that indicates that it has a non-textual annotation. What do you mean by non-textual? I need to understand what they're meaning here. Okay, so wait, this one might have it here. Surprised that it won't be in other things. No. Okay, that's a terrible resource. Definitions.net, apparently not very big on definitions. Wiktionary? There's nothing in something or other, but it sounds like it's something with linguistics. And like semantics and stuff. Using non-textual elements. Click to there. Okay. Guidelines on how to. So this is with definitions of common non-textual elements. Diagram, drawing, figure. What do you mean? So, what are you talking about? So it's something that's... I need a definition here. What do you mean by textual? Not textual. Pertaining to text, of course. Right? Writing consisting of multiple glyphs. So things that are not written in text, obviously. Okay. This seems to have a better thing. So they're saying non-textual elements ask the reader stop, review the non-textual things, what it means, then return the reading the paper. Right, this is the same thing. What do you mean by non-textual? Right, this is better. This is better. Because they might be talking about something else. They might be talking about something completely different. Every CSS declaration consists of a property value pair. The value can include various data types depending on the property, such as a single keyword integer function or a combination of different types. Some values have units while others do not. This guide provides an overview of the textual data types. Textual data types. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Now, that is a non-textual annotation. So what is a textual annotation? String data types are either string, a quoted series of characters, ident, CSS identifier, which is an unquoted string, or an optionally quoted URL. String is quoted with either single or double quotes. So this might be a a textual annotation could be I guess the like quotation marks or something. Is that what we're talking about? Oh no, they're just saying that anything where text can go. Okay, so anything where text can go inside of? Or is that what you're saying? I am confused. What? All right, now we've gone on to something else. This side here. Right, so it's rendered by default as a single solid line. Right, so they're saying that you shouldn't use, or to underline text, you should instead apply a style that includes the CSS text decoration property set to underline. This is that's in keeping with the accessibility thing, thinking about what a screen reader is going to read. And why would a screen reader need to know that that is underlined? I don't understand. No, because like it could be like you're calling out attention to something. I don't know. I mean, here they're using it as they're styling it so that the underline is a red wavy underline, and so it's like highlighting spelling errors. So usage notes for further details on when it's appropriate to use you and when it isn't. Element only includes the global attributes. I gotta move on from this. This is too big of a rabbit hole. There's too many paths to go down. To bring attention to the idiomatic. There's just like, these are very, I don't know. I don't want to waste too much time doing this. It's not wasting time. But I will I won't be able to finish what I had hoped to finish for the day if I keep going down that path. Let's see. Ruby annotation, because we're just running out of time. We'll run out of time just trying to chase all these rabbits. That's reassuring. Okay, Ruby annotation. Now this one's interesting. So annotating text with pronunciation or meaning explanations and example usages for East Asian typography. So that's the way that it's written in is that kanji? Is that are those kanji? Is that is it Japanese? Maybe, I don't know, something like that. And then the romanization of that inside of the RT tag. So the Ruby text used to indicate text for the Ruby annotation. So Ruby text is something kind of a Ruby. There's like a something that pronounces something. Usually for showing the pronunciation of East Asian characters. It can also be used for annotating other kinds of text, but this usage is less common. Term Ruby originated as a unit measurement used by typesetters representing the smallest size the text can be printed on newsprint while remaining legible. What? That doesn't help me understand at all. A single Ruby element that itself has no Ruby element descendants? I don't understand. Okay, well, I'm guessing it's some way of you being able to hear the pronunciation of it when you don't have the language set for Japanese or something. Or maybe like, I don't know. I don't know why you would have to use these. Lacking support, so used as a fallback. So the RP is just a fallback. So inside of these, we just have these opening, closing. With the RT Ruby text inside. Okay. Okay. All right, whatever. I'm getting lost. Strike through S element. S still means to strike through, though. It doesn't mean smite from the page. Used to represent content that is no longer accurate or relevant. I'm gonna use it as smite. I think it means get smote. Internal links used to link to another section of the page by using href #ID. It's just like using the CSS selector for the ID. Same syntax. A element and giving the destination element the same ID. Ooh. So this is commonly used for skip links, table of contents, or long pages with multiple sections. We have reviewed it. I'm going to go back. We already marked that off as being complete. We're going to go into tables and forms and review that part. Tables and forms, just clap your horns, just clap your horns. Where it's at. HTML in the microphone. Copy. Do you copy? Copy. Did that actually copy some of that stuff? It did not. It went from 10 to 6 to 7. That's odd. It should be really odd. We got everything. Okay. Hang on. Here we go. HTML form elements and attributes. I think we got a decent amount of practice with forms, but we could definitely use some more practice there. But that's something that like we'll do on a project level. Oopsie. Okay, so let me replace these things first. Let's replace these. Now we're up to 14. All the way... I don't get it. There we go. There it is. Okay. HTML form elements and attributes. Form element is used to create an HTML form for user input. Action attribute is used to specify the URL where the form data should be sent. Right? You put the URL there, and the action attribute, the method attribute, is used to specify the HTTP method to use when sending the form data. The most common methods are get and post. So you use an action, that's the destination, and the method is the manner in which it's done there. Like get either getting or posting information. Draw. Input element is used to create an input field for the user input. A type attribute is used to specify the type of input field. So text, email, number, radio checkbox, even buttons. We've dealt with those throughout this course. Throughout this whole certification curriculum. Placeholder used to show a hint to the user to show them what to enter the input field. I'm going to share this in the chat. Value attribute is used to specify the value of the input. If the input has a button type, the value attribute can be used to set the button text. Name attribute is used to assign a name to an input field, which serves as the key when form data is submitted for radio buttons, giving them the same name groups them together. So only one option in the group can be selected at a time. The size attribute is used to define the number of characters that should be visible as the user types into the input. And that's relevant for, I think, text boxes, email, and password things. I think password is another type, because you can do different... so password will mask the characters that are entered, usually with stars, but I think you can change the marker for that. Min attribute is used with input types such as number to specify the min value, of course. Max attribute used with input types such as number to specify the maximum value allowed in the input field. Min length attribute is used to specify the minimum number of characters required in an input field. Max length, of course, being the maximum number of characters allowed. Well, that's interesting. Min attribute being the number, yeah. So they have to mean numerical things. And required attribute is used to specify that an input field must be filled out before submitting the form. Disabled attribute used to specify that an input field should be disabled. Read-only attribute used to specify that an input field is read-only, of course, and those three at the bottom there are Boolean. So if they are present, then they're in effect. If they're not there, then don't even worry about it. They're not there. Okay, so they have this little form here where we got the input box here. We got the type set of text. We got ID of name, name here, and placeholder text, e.g. Quincy Larson. They tell us to shy away from it, placeholder text, because it can look like valid input that you might skip over. Size being 20, min length being 5, and max being 30. So we can play around with these things. If we shrink this down to 10. Oh, that's the amount that's taken. Right. Right. Never mind. Okay. The input number, we can take numbers in here. It's disabled by right there, and then we can cut that out, I guess. Now we can play around with it. Minimum of 2, maximum there, but then we can try to put something in there. We can still try to put something outside those bounds. The input type of button is show alert. Where's that? There's no alert being shown. Whatever. The label element is used to create a label for an input field. Of course, we've worked with these. And we've worked with labels that were in front of the input, that were before the input, that were after the input, and then some that surround the input here, so that they are all one contained little thing there. Used to create a label. 4 attributes used to specify which input field the label is for. So the input field here doesn't have a name. This is a good example here. You didn't. So implicit form association. Inputs can be associated with labels by wrapping the input field inside the label. Okay, that's another why. That's another way to do that, I guess. Okay. So that's the difference. That's the difference. That's what you do when you wrap them. I think I was wrapping things, and then I also gave them an ID and stuff. And that's overkill, I guess. That's a little bit of, you know, stuff I didn't have to do. I could have saved those seconds of typing if I had just, you know, been smarter and got learned a little better. Explicit form association inputs can be associated with labels by using the for attribute on the label element. For, and then you have the corresponding ID on the input element. For on the label, ID on the input. Button element. It's used to create a clickable button. Who knew? Who knew that that was that? And why do we sometimes use input for the button and then sometimes we use buttons? I don't know. A button can also have a type attribute which is used to control the behavior of the button when it is activated. For example, submit, reset, and button. There you go. Field sets are used to group related inputs together. So if you have a form with a lot of different inputs to take in, you might want to segment your form by you know, what kind of what you're looking for in that region, right, in that area of the form, or like the section of the form that you're in, something like along those lines. Was this your first time at your hotel? Yes, no, or in this case they're using these as they're using the legend as a way to prompt, to provide the prompt for these radio buttons. And how did you choose to stay? Why did you choose to stay at our hotel? There you go. So legend is used as a caption. So the legend goes at the top here of the field set here. And what happens if you move this down? Never really tried that. Does it still work? Still works. Doesn't need to be at the top. It could be anywhere in there, anywhere inside the field set that there's a legend. It will render that. Focused state. We're gonna have to take a break and then come back to a focused state. Be back in 4. got to complete this puzzle first. Can't move on unless we beat this puzzle. Here we go. Okay. Working with HTML table elements and attributes. Table element used to create an HTML table. HTML table. T-head element used to group the header content in the HTML table. TR, table row, used to create a row in an HTML table. TH being a table header element used to create a header cell in a HTML table. T body, the table body, table cells are TDs. T foot. Oh, we haven't used the foot. Used to group the footer content in an HTML table. Where's your foot? Average grade. Ah. Very, very nice there. Very good job. Very good job, Do Samantha. Raising that average. And working with HTML tools. So there's HTML validators. They're tools that check the syntax of HTML code to ensure it's valid. We typically use IntelliSense on the VS Codium IDE. That's usually an extension. And it's just like a language server thing. It just checks your code, make sure that it's valid. HTML, it might point out where there are syntax errors. DOM Inspector is a tool that allows us to inspect and modify the HTML structure of a web page. We take a look at that. So, although have we used that? I don't know if we've actually used a DOM Inspector. DOM Inspector. What's a DOM Inspector? DOM 5, DOM 6, DOM Inspector. What the heck is this? DOM 6 Mod Inspector? I don't think that's what we were looking for. It's a web tool, Mozilla Application Suite. Now included in Firefox and SeaMonkey. Its main purpose is to inspect the DOM tree of the HTML model. So, I mean, don't you just do it by... Okay, it's included... Wait, what? Now included in Firefox? What do they mean by included? Should I add it? Not available in Firefox 144. I mean, it's already part of the DOM tools, isn't it? Of the developer tools. Inspector, this is it. Inspector right here. Wallet Inspector. DevTools, set of web developer tools built in. So DOM Inspector is part of DevTools. I don't know. Maybe this was like outdated. All right, and then we had accessibility. We got to go over accessibility. That's the other page that we want to review before we just kind of breeze over the other stuff here. Accessibility review. Introduction to accessibility. Oh, what a coincidence. There's not much in here. Huh. Does Free Code Camp even care about accessibility? What are we doing? What's going on? I'm supposed to care about accessibility. When this is the what? Actually, we should do a screen reader thing. We should see how they handle accessibility. Let's audit them. How do we had the screen reader. What was the screen reader that I was using? I can turn on narrator. What was it? Is it just N? No. Wait, is it Shift N? No. Was it just like Shift? Was it? Wait, I think that was it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Here it is.
Scan. HTML accessibility review. HTML. Next. Heading level 1. Turn static. Heading level 1. Next. Heading level 2. Introduction to accessibility.
Let's see. Can I navigate?
Content accessibility guidelines. Web. Text. Web content.
Wait, how do I navigate again?
Introduction. Introduction. Web. Exit list. Heading. Text. Selected. Text. Unselected. Introduction to text.
Shift does that. How does
Introduction to accessibility. Ruby HTML Ruby annotation element.
How do I type in here?
Table. Unavailable.
Unavailable? What are you talking about? I'm not allowed to click up over here and...
Unavailable. World Cup at DuckDuckGo. Edit. DuckDuckGo.com. Edit. Unavailable. Unavailable.
I can't delete? How do I delete?
Unavailable. E. R. Technical. 1. Table. E. Search with DuckDuckGo. World Cup. Unavailable. Available. Scan. All.
I want to type.
Scan off. Selection domain. E. Select.
There we go. Pure chaos. The hell was I looking for again?
G. R. Space. Navigator. T. U. E. E. F. DuckDuckGo. Scan. Navigator shortcuts at DuckDuckGo. Navigator shortcut. Heading level 2. Link. Keyboard shortcuts in Windows. Microsoft support. Keyboard shortcuts in Windows. Microsoft support has finished loading.
Where is it? What? Go back. Back.
World Cup.
No, not the World Cup. Go the forward.
Heading level 2. Link. Keyboard
Oh my
shortcuts in Windows.
god, navigate
Microsoft
using a
support.
keyboard.
Keyboard shortcuts in Windows. Microsoft support.
The Windows.
Has finished loading. Navigator. HTML accessibility.
Okay, here we go.
HTML
So
accessibility review. Learn free code.
if I'm on here,
HTML accessibility review. HTML accessibility review. Learn free code camp.org document. Heading level 1 HTML accessibility review.
right? I don't care about that. But what I want to do, go to the home page, bookmarks menu, links, enter forms. Go to the next form element. Alt left means hold the alt. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Scroll down a line. Searching page display. Scroll left. Left arrow. Go to the beginning of the document.
Heading level 1. That page.
Mm-hmm.
Heading level 1. Level E.
It's the end of the thing. Okay.
Next. Heading next. Heading level.
Past.
Introduction to accessibility. Heading level 2. Heading level 2. Web content accessibility guidelines. Web content accessibility guideline. WCAG are a set
So I can go-
for making web content more accessible to people with disabilities. The core principles of WCAG are core, which stands for perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust.
Poor, perceivable, operable, understandable, robust.
Text. Heading level 2.
Okay, but then how do I go to the next thing?
The web content accessibility guidelines.
Scroll up a page, go down a page, right in the space.
Enter list. A set of guidelines for making.
That's entering the list. That's pausing, but then, okay, wait a minute. Tab? Well, this is Mozilla Navigator.
Skip to main content, computer home page. Search. Alert. Search. Search enter list. Help tips dictionary history forums content. Banner banner. Free computer. Link.
Stop that. Go back.
How to navigate windows using iPhone has no primary action.
Obviously these are the easiest things to do, so how do you use it? Moving between open applications, navigating between fields. Oh my gosh. Checking and unchecking a box. Okay, so
Heading level 2. HTML read annotation. HTML MDN. Edit.
Wait.
Mozilla.org. Edit. Text. A set of guidelines. Print. Row. Exit.
Okay, so that's selecting. If I escape,
Exit list. Web content accessibility. Space. S. Exit list. Heading level 2 assistive technology for accessibility.
okay.
Application menu bar. 5. HTML accessibility review. HTML exit. Outline. But interactive editor. Editor content. Edit.
Tabbing
Scan off.
doesn't work. Tabbing doesn't work. How do you go?
You should also provide audio descriptions for video content to make it accessible.
This is not accessible to
Tab
me.
scan off. System tray overflow window. B. Taskbar B. Show hidden icons. Button. System tray overflow window.
Where's the navigator thing? I need the user guide.
Menu key. No item in view. Heading level 2.
I need the user guide.
Microsoft support. Complete guide to
Oh, it's called narrator, not navigator. Okay. Control Alt, comma, Control Alt. So, come on. I want the list of stuff. Narrator key plus X? What was the narrator key? I don't even know what narrator key I have.
HTML accessibility copy link, breadcrumb navigation link, HTML access OBS, B, chat streamer document.
That's interesting. It says breadcrumb navigation.
HTML accessibility review, HTML accessibility review, learn free code at camp.org, Mozilla Firefox window, HTML accessibility review, HTML accessibility review, learn free code at camp.org document, scan. Complete guide to narrator Microsoft, Chapter 5, Navigation Microsoft Support, Chapter 5, Navigation Microsoft Support has finished loading. Skip to main content all Microsoft expand to see list of Microsoft products and services. Contextual menu, Chapter, Microsoft Support.
Stop it.
Chapter 5, Navigation
No.
Microsoft, main landmark.
Navigate headings, up or down key, narrator plus F6 to explore the list of headings on a page. Oh shit, what was my navigator button?
Scan off. System tray overflow. No item in view. Settings. No item in view.
What's my, which narrator?
Toggle switch. Narrator home group. Show more settings. Button. Will open narrator home. Button. Narrator. Narrator window heading level 1. Scan. Welcome to narrator. This is narrator home, where you can get help. Access your settings window. Narrator. Toggle switch.
That's what, I was just there. I was just there. What's the key? Caps lock or insert?
Caps lock or insert. Select narrator key.
Okay, so it's caps lock or insert is the narrator key.
Exiting narrator.
Oh, well. Windows Control Enter is the narrator. Okay. Okay, that gets me into there. Okay, right, and then so
HTML accessibility review. HTML accessibility review.
okay, so I use
scan. Outline. Interactive edit. Turn static code examples into search head scan off. Search headings window. Search list. HTML accessibility.
Oh,
review.
interesting.
Selected. Search headings restored on display 2. Introduction to accessibility. Assistive technology. Scan. Assistive technology for accessibility.
Ah, okay. So I can move along with
Search heading scan off.
getting the headings.
Accessibility best practices. Heading level 2. Accessibility auditing tools. Heading level. Auditing tools.
Okay.
Item has no primary action. In accessibility tools. Google Light.
Yeah. I don't know. This narrator thing would take me a long time to get used to. Whatever. My brain is shot here. Trying to use this thing. This would be so frustrating for me to like use the narrator and whatnot. You need to actually like learn how to do it. Like it's not something I guess I needed to learn how to use the keyboard, but like it's still like it's like an extra level that you have to go through to interface with the computer. It's so weird. It's so difficult. I don't get it. Is it by design? By like maybe Windows doesn't make it easy? All right, so the perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust were the web content accessibility guidelines, assistive technology for accessibility, which screen readers, which, oh boy, I'm having trouble with that Microsoft Narrator. Software programs that read the content of a screen out loud. They are used by people who are blind or visually impaired across to access the web. The large text and braille keyboards used by people with visual impairments to access the web. Screen magnifiers. Software programs that enlarge the content of a computer screen. Like me. See, we can magnify. Alternative pointing devices used by people with mobility impairments to access web. Includes devices such as joysticks, trackballs, and touchpads. Voice recognition used by people with mobility impairments to access the web. Allows users to control a computer using their voice. Accessibility auditing tools, common accessibility tools, Google Lighthouse, Wave, IBM Equal Accessibility Checker. I don't know if I explored these. Axe dev tools are some of the common accessibility tools. Google Lighthouse, I think, is part of the Google dev tools. Wave? Oh, well, I mean Wave. Accessibility. IBM Equal Accessibility. And Axe Dev Tools. Lighthouse Chrome for developer audits performance. Any web page public or requiring authentication, you can run Lighthouse as part of page speed insights In Chrome Dev Tools from the command line or as a node module. Okay. So you can do accessibility audits from there. We should do it on this page. Can I pass it a value? Axe user? Whatchamacallits? Wave Web Accessibility Evaluation Tools. We have looked at one of these things. I think this is where we got our color thing from. And the accessibility report thing. Oh, but they charge for it. Okay. IBM equal access accessibility checker. That is, I don't know if that's available in the Firefox store. Oh, here it is. It is available. Checks web applications for accessibility issues. That's nice. All right, so this would be good because I know that we can have different profiles here. So I can use a different profile. Yeah. That's something I'll explore when I get the new computer up and running, is redoing my my browser profiles and stuff. Because I don't want to have all these things, all these extensions activated when I'm just browsing. It's like, this is good for having a test profile for testing dev for development. Not actively monitored. Okay. Then we have Axe Dev Tools. Accessibility auditing. Okay. These things seem like they should be also part of the development packages that you have with Next.js. Yeah. Accessibility best practices, proper heading level structure. You should use proper heading levels to create a logical structure for your content. This helps people use assistive technologies understand the content of your website. Accessibility in tables. When using tables, you should use the TH element to define header cells and TD element to define data cells. This helps people using assistive technologies understand the structure of the table. With the caption element, you can write the caption or title of a table, so users, especially those who use assistive technologies, can quickly understand the table's purpose and content. You should place the caption element immediately after the opening tag of the table element. This way, screen readers and other assistive technologies can provide more context by announcing the caption before reading the content. And we'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, here we are back again. We got the importance for inputs to have an associated label. You should use the label element to associate labels with form inputs. This helps people using assistive technologies understand the purpose of the input. Importance of good alt text. You should use the alt attribute to provide a text alternative for images. And let's see. So let me get rid of this because I was distracted by the World Cup stuff going on. Ghana tied with England. So they're both at 4 points. England's probably going to beat Panama and win the group. Ghana is gonna have to play Croatia, who's gonna have 3 point. They're probably gonna get 3 points here against Panama. So that means that Ghana needs to tie Croatia to guarantee that they get into the round of 32. If they lose, then they might face trouble with the goal differential. Because they only won against Panama 1-0. So let's hope that they tie Croatia. Importance of good alt text. You should use the alt attribute to provide a text alternative for images. This helps people using assistive technologies understand the content of the image. Importance of good link text. You should use descriptive link text to help users understand the purpose of the link. This helps people using assistive technologies understand the purpose of the link. Best practices for making audio and video content accessible. You should provide captions and transcripts for audio and video content to make it accessible to people with hearing impairments. You should also provide audio descriptions for video content to make it accessible to people with visual impairments. Of course. Tab index attribute used to make elements focusable and define the relative order in which they should be navigated using the keyboard. It is important to never use the tab index attribute with a value greater than 0. Instead, you should either use a value of 0 or -1. I haven't really used that, right? Make elements focusable and define the relative order in which they should be navigated with the keyboard. I haven't really used that one, though. You should either use a value of 0 or -1. Don't use it with a value greater than 0. Instead, use a value of 0 or -1, so you either put it behind Okay. What does that mean? It's here, tab index property. Elements with a positive tab index. Okay, so the tab order is as follows. The tab order of the current element. Tab order is as follows. Elements with a positive tab index go first. Elements that have identical tab index values should be navigated in the order they appear. Navigation proceeds from the lowest tab index to the highest tab index. I don't understand. Tab order is elements with a positive index. And then it's elements that have identical. Elements do not support the tab index attribute or support it and assign tab. Index to 0 in order they appear. Elements that are disabled do not participate in the tabbing order. Values don't need to be sequential. Nor must they begin with any particular value. They may even be negative, though each browser trims very large values. There's not much on this. What about usage? Oh, this is just where it is. So this is just when you're querying. This is a JavaScript. Never mind. HTML element object in JavaScript. Tab index global attribute allows developers to make HTML elements focusable, allow or prevent them from being sequentially focusable, and determine their relative ordering for sequential focus navigation. So click anywhere in this pane and try tabbing through elements. Oh, I mean in here. Okay. Tabbable to tab index, first tab in order. Okay, well that's interesting. So tab index of 0. First in tab order, tabbable due to tab index. And then no tab index goes back to there. No tab index. Third in tab order, and then we go back to tab index. So we start there. We're gonna jump to no tab index, or we tab to tab. There's no tab index, not tabbable, no tab index. Okay, and then we're in the input field, which is a tabbable element. Okay. If an element, well, it accepts an integer as a value with different results depending on the integer's value. If an HTML element renders and has a tab index attribute with any valid integer value, the element can be focused with JavaScript by calling the focus method, or visually by clicking with the mouse. The particular tab index value controls whether the element is tabbable, reachable via sequential keyboard navigation, usually with the tab key. A negative value means the exact negative value doesn't actually matter. It's usually tab index -1 means that the element is not reachable via sequential keyboard navigation. Okay, well that doesn't even make any sense. Why don't we just have it be a Boolean that it's just like tabbable or not tabbable? What? Maybe useful for elements that should not be navigated to. It seems like somebody lost the thread of what they were going to do at some point. Like, let's make a tab index so you can define the order in which things are tabbed to. And then somebody was like, nah, I don't like that. I don't like that. That gets a little too messy. Messes up the flow. You're talking about the flow. We're just talking about structure here. HTML is just about structure. And then the other guy's like, well, I mean, we already had the tab index in there. So let's just only use 2 values then. And it's basically a Boolean. Means that the element should be focusable in sequential keyboard navigation after any positive tab index values. The focus navigation order of these elements is defined by their order in the document source. A positive value means the element should be focusable in sequential keyboard navigation with its order defined by the value of the number. Right. 4 is focusable, 5 and 0. But after tab index 3. If multiple elements share the same positive tab index value, Their order relative to each other follows their position in the document source. The maximum value for tab index is 32,767. If the tab index attribute is included with no value set, whether the element is focusable is determined by the user agent. So the warning is that you are recommended to only use 0, -1 as tab index values. Avoid using tab index values greater than 0 in CSS properties that can change the order of focusable HTML elements. Doing so makes it difficult for people who rely on using keyboard for navigation or assistive technology to navigate and operate page content. Instead, write the document with the elements in a logical sequence. So that's why they're saying that. They're not saying they're saying that you should just write everything in the logical sequence there, and then the screen reader is doing the work here for you. But then, like, if you want to rearrange the way that it's ordered on the screen, use CSS, right? I think that's what they're saying. So the key thing here, though, is that you write the HTML for screen readers first, and then you style for sighted people with CSS. Tab index attribute must not be used on the dialog element. Oh, that would be funny. All sorts of funny stuff could happen then. All different dialogues. Oh, there's a pop-up. You can't tab onto that. Can't tab onto the dialogue. Let's see. Access key. Access key. Where's access key? Why don't I see access key? Oh, I'm way far off from where I was supposed to be here. Okay, wait a minute. So I should be up here. Tab index there. Okay. Access key attributes used to define a keyword. Oh, a keyboard shortcut for an element. This can help users with mobility impairments navigate the website more easily. WAI ARIA roles and attributes. Okay, so stands for WAI ARIA stands for Web Accessibility Initiative and Accessible Rich Internet Applications. It's a set of attributes that can be added to HTML elements to improve accessibility, and it provides additional information to assistive technologies about the purpose and structure of the content. ARIA roles, a set of predefined roles can be added to HTML elements to define their purpose. This helps people using assistive technologies understand the content of the websites. Examples include a tab, menu, a role is an alert. There are 6 main categories of ARIA roles. There's document structure roles. These roles define the overall structure of the web page. With these roles, assistive technologies can understand the relationships between different sections and help users navigate the content. Widget roles define the purpose and functionality of interactive elements like scroll bars. Landmark roles classify and label the primary sections of a web page. Screen readers use them to provide convenient navigation to important sections of a page. Live region roles define elements with content that will change dynamically. This way, screen readers and other assistive technologies can announce changes to users with visual disabilities. Window roles define sub-windows like pop-up modal dialogues. These roles include alert dialog and dialog. Abstract roles help organize the document. They're only meant to be used internally by the browser, not by developers, so you should know that they exist, but you shouldn't use them on your websites or web applications. Why? What's the point of them then? You shouldn't use them on your websites or web applications. They're only meant to be read internally by the browser. Where do they come from if not when you write it? What are we even talking about here? ARIA label and ARIA labeled by attributes. These attributes are used to give a element a programmatic name, an accessible name, which helps people use assistive technology such as screen readers understand the purpose of the element. They're often used when the visual label for an element is an image or symbol rather than text. ARIA label allows you to define the name directly in the attribute, while ARIA labeled by allows you to reference existing text on the page. So the ARIA label for the button is search, and you have this like idiomatic thing set in there in the middle there. Okay, I'm confused because we have an input box, text box, that's a search button. It's labeled by search button. Okay, makes sense. So that the search button labels the input. Okay. The ARIA hidden attribute hides an element from assistive technologies such as screen readers. For example, this can be used to hide decorative images that do not provide any meaningful content. Okay. And then the ARIA described by attribute is used to provide additional information about an element by associating it with another element that contains the information. This gives people using screen readers immediate access to the additional information when they navigate to the element. Common usage would include associating formatting instructions to a text input or an error message to an input after an invalid form submission. So ARIA is described by password help. So you have this paragraph here that's identified as password help. So your password must be 8 characters long. So that might yeah, that would help if you're trying to enter a password. That should help everybody. So that's cool that you can like you put that paragraph there and then you just tag it with this ARIA described by thing here. Okay. Okay. That is all 4 of these things that we've done. So let's see. I think what I need to do. Tables and forms. Tables and forms review. Basic HTML review. Semantic HTML review. So we can go ahead and check off that review because I think we're done with that there. We'll go through here, but we're pretty much done. So let's just go over everything that we did today. Role of HTML, foundation of web structure, HTML elements used to represent the content on the page. The structure consists of head, body, where metadata, styles, and content are structured. Common HTML elements are the headings, the paragraphs, div containers, div elements, a generic HTML element that does not hold any semantic meaning. Void elements don't have a closing tag. Attributes are when you add metadata and behavior to elements. Identifiers and grouping. IDs are unique element identifiers, one per element, one unique ID for an element. So you can't have two IDs for the same element. Classes, grouping elements for styling and behavior. You can have multiple classes, special characters and linking, HTML entities, link elements, the script elements, link to external style sheets or JavaScript files as well, I think, or script links to external JavaScript files as well. Although you can embed JavaScript internally onto the HTML with the script element as well. Where are we here? Oh, I wanted to do the computer basics thing too, but maybe I'll just hold that off for another day. We got to breeze through this one. Boilerplate and encoding. HTML boilerplate is basic structure of a web page. It includes the doc type, the HTML, the head, the body elements. We explored the doc type stuff, about the quirk, no quirks mode and stuff like that. It's fun to learn about the history. Even as I lived it, did not know what was really happening there. UTF-8 character encoding, ensuring universal character display. SEO and social sharing, meta tags, description, providing a short description for the web page, impacting SEO. And then we had the open graph tags that we took a look at. OG title and other things that you can give to your page to make it embeddable as a link in social media sites. Media elements and optimization. Replaced elements are embedded content images like iframes and stuff. Optimizing media techniques to improve media performance. So providing different sizes. The appropriate size for images, the appropriate the file, probably resolution of the video. Although that's probably handled by the video player, should be, especially with when you embed a YouTube video, you just embed the YouTube video embedder, and then so that can use their own optimizer there. Image formats and licenses, understanding usage rights and types. SVGs are scalable vector graphics for sharp visuals. And when we come back, we'll finish this up and call it a day of reviewing HTML for our exam. So we'll be back soon. Okay, here we are. Multimedia integration, HTML, audio, and video elements, embedding media. Embedding with iframe, integrating external video content, paths and link behavior. Okay, we went over that. There's way too many bullet points to explain that. Target attribute types, controlling link behavior, absolute versus relative paths, navigating directories. This is a review. It's just listing things. Link states, internal links. Okay, link states, managing differently. This might as well just be like checkboxes instead of whatchamacallit, be like, do you understand this? Check it off when you understand it. Path syntax, link states, managing different link interactions, hover inactive. Internal links, linking to another section of the page by using href and yep. Yeah, we know that. We did that. Importance of semantic HTML structural hierarchy for heading elements is important to use the correct heading element to maintain the structural hierarchy of the content. Each one element is higher than, each 6, right? Presentational HTML elements, and even go further because you shouldn't skip levels there. You should have an H1 element. If you have an H2 element, you should have an H1 element. If you have an H3 element, there should be underneath a section with an H2 element. So elements that define the appearance of content, the deprecated center, big and font elements, which we don't even really care about at this point. Just don't even bother learning them because they're just not they're not used. And so if you see them in a while, then you should just say, okay, that's just all it is. If you see them in the wild, just know that they need to be changed. Semantic HTML elements provide meaning to the structure of the content. Header represents introductory content. Nav contains navigation links. Article represents self-contained content. Interesting. That's an interesting description of that. So article is self-contained. Self-contained content. Self-contained. Examples include, right, so we're on a side, so used for sidebars or related content. We use the sides. I think we use the sides for our product landing page or something like that, where I did like that thing there. I basically just made a portfolio thing, or just an about me page with that. I am the product. Section groups related content within a document. Yeah, we like section. We like main as well. We like header, we like main, we like footer. We like those things. Yes, we do. Semantic HTML elements like emphasis element marks a text that has stress of emphasis. Stress emphasis. And then idiomatic text, not italics. Idiomatic text element. Highlight alternative voice or mood. Or idiomatic terms from another language. Technical terms and thoughts. Strong element marks text that has strong importance. You're just using the definition. You're just using the word in the definition. Strong importance. It has strong importance. Of course, what's not to understand? Bring attention to element is B, not bold. You don't see how? Bring attention to. Used to bring attention to text that is not important for the meaning of the content. Description list element used to represent a list of term description groupings. Description term element used to represent the term being defined. Right, and then the DD element is the description details used to represent the description of the term. I think about these as like definitions. So you have the DL being like the list, and then so you have like two different parts of the list item. So you have a list item that has a term part and then a details part. And for some reason you put them on different lines, but at the same time, doesn't matter. Block quotation, block quote element used to represent a section that is quoted from another source. The inline quotation element, which I have not used, sounds fun. I want to use it. Used to represent a short inline quotation. You can use, cite, and you can cite a website from there and maybe click through. I have no idea. Abbreviation, element, a abra element. Used to represent an abbreviation or acronym. Contact address element. We used that in one of the projects that we did, one of the workshops or something. Used to represent the contact information. Date time element, time used to represent a date and or time. Sup element is used to represent superscript text. The sub element is the subscript text, not for those, very submissive text elements. Inline code element code is used to represent a fragment of computer code. Unarticulated annotation, not underlined. You don't see how? Used to represent a span of inline text which should be rendered in a way that indicates that it has a non-textual annotation. What's non-textual? Ruby annotation, Ruby element, used to represent the text of a Ruby annotation. That's because it's Y. Strike through element S. S is strike through. Used to represent content that is no longer accurate or relevant. So at least that one survived. HTML form elements and attributes forms. Form element used to create an HTML form for user input. Common input types were text, email, password, radio, checkbox, number, and date, right? We all did this just not but an hour ago. Action attribute used to specify the URL where the form data should be sent. Method attribute is used to specify the HTTP method to use when sending the form data. I think we have a good handle on that. Input element used to create an input field for user input. Type attribute, obviously. Again, you can use buttons there too. Placeholders for placeholder text and stuff where you want to show in the input field as potential input values. Value attribute is used to specify the value of the input. If the input has a button type, the value attribute can be used to set the button text. Name attribute used to assign a name to an input field, which serves as the key when form data is submitted. For radio buttons, giving them the same name groups them together. So only one option in the group can be selected at a time. Size attribute is used to define the number of characters that should be visible as the user types in the input. Min attribute, max attribute, we went over this. Min length, min max character, and then the required attribute, disabled, read only. This is just exactly word for word what was in the other review page. And so label element used to create a label. Am I on the right page here? Did I go through this? How do we have all that other stuff there? Did I save that already? Did I go through this already? I'm having deja vu. Yeah, I think at this point we're just basically rehashing the same stuff. I think we're basically done. So I did save that other stuff. Okay, so yep, we work with those tools, accessibility, guidelines. Yep. Okay. I think we're done. I think we're ready to take that exam on Friday. We probably want to revisit once more, but we're good to go. We'll go over to the computers thing and just copy paste that stuff over to our notes here. Basic stuff here. What a motherboard is. What your mother knows. What your mother knows. Okay. Now this... This is weird. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I moved those other things over. No, I didn't. So we do need to move that stuff over. I think what I can do is move that over from the inbox here. Move that over there. Bum 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 bum. I'll have a lot more fun once we do some once we start doing some projects and stuff. We'll have a lot more fun. I'll have a lot more fun doing that stuff. So we did the CSS Animations review. Okay, so we reviewed that. So we did the HTML review. We're going to do the... Sure, you know what? Computer Basics. We got that one. We'll review that. And I don't think we're going to get to this thing, so we'll have to put this one off until either tomorrow or the next day. Probably the next day. There we go. So we'll put it there. Put her there, pal. Okay. Okay, we're gonna close that. We're gonna close this. We're pretty much done with this thing for today. We're gonna come over to here. Do the basics review. Now, you don't see how, like, computer. Computer. What are we doing? Development? Software development? Web development? I mean, it's not really. This is just like computer basics. So, like computer lab. This should be its own little thing. Like, it should be computer slash computer. It should just be computer. Everything's computer. There we go. Everything's computer. I need to use that like tag wrangler thing. Where's the tag wrangler? Tag. Search for computer. Computer network. We need to rename computer network to be computer slash network. Renaming a whole bunch of stuff here. Network protocol, and then we can do something else on computer networks here. Rename computer networks to computer network. Continue there. Okay. So everything should go underneath there. Protocol, HTML there. So, okay, so there's 201 things under there. Let's see. Oh, okay, that is doing that. Okay, never mind. Basics review. This is just beating a dead horse, but we'll go through it anyway. So we already did that. Just copy that, paste that into there anyway. So we're all good there. We're all good there. We'll do a review of CSS tomorrow, as well as a quiz on animations. Should be good. Okay, so understand the computer, internet, and developer tooling basics, right? So motherboard holds all the memory connectors and hard drives that are needed to run the computer. It serves as the main circuit board for the computer. Let's get this up in the bigger screen here. Central processing unit of the CPU. The processor is responsible for executing instructions and performing calculations. Random access memory is a temporary storage location for the computer CPU. Hard disk drive, and the RAM is now up to, I think, like DDR5 is what we have now. Like evolution of RAM or something is something that's really interesting to look at. DDR5 SD RAM. So what is GTs? That's Gigatera? What is a GT? What is a GT? Gigatits? Giga transfers per second. Mega transfers? So in transfers per... Oh, okay, hang on a second. We gotta learn. Computer technology transfers per second, mega transfers per second, or giga transfers per second. Specify the number of data transfer operations per second. The transfer rate in a data transfer channel. This is also known as the sample rate, the number of data samples captured per second, each sample normally occurring at the clock edge. The method of physically accomplishing each of the... Wait a minute, I lost my place here. The method of physically accomplishing each data transfer operation is not specified. They are most commonly used for the transmission of digital data. A single transfer may transmit one or more bits. The bit rate or data transmission rate of a channel is the product of its transfer rate and the channel or data path. Bits per transfer is the channel width. Transfers per second is kind of the velocity or the number of transfers you can do, and then that's the bits per second that you can transmit. So an example here is an 8-byte data bus transfers 8 bytes per second operation at 1 gigatransfer per second. The data rate is 8 gigabytes, equal to 64 gigabits. Okay. Expanding the width of a channel, for example, that between a CPU and a north bridge increases data throughput. This is analogous to increasing throughput by increasing bandwidth by leaving latency unchanged. The units usually refer to the effective number of transfers. Okay, so SCSI and PCI fall in the mega transfer range of data transfer rate. And then there's newer bus architectures like PCI-X, PCI Express, Ultrapath Hypertransport. And the choice of symbol T for transfer conflicts with the international system of units in which T is the symbol for Tesla, a unit of magnetic flux density. So megatesla per second would be a reasonable unit to describe the rate of a rapidly changing magnetic field. Such as in a pulsed field magnet or a kicker magnet. Okay. Communication breakdown. So sample rate, sample frequency, unit samples per second, sometimes referred to as hertz. Okay. All right, let's finish up here. Solid state drive, of course, non-volatile flash memory, can be used in place of a hard drive. Power supply unit, PSU, responsible for converting the electricity from the wall outlet into a form that the computer can use. And more importantly, it has the cables and the plugs and the interfaces to transfer to the motherboard there. Graphics processor unit, responsible for rendering visuals on the computer screen. Nowadays, you use them for compute as well. If you have something that is parallelizable, you need something that's massively multi-threaded. There you go. Different types of internet service providers. And internet service provider ISP is a company that provides access to the internet. Different types of ISPs, including dial-up, DSL, fiber, cable, satellite. Safe way of signing a computer. Strong password. 2 password. Use password manager, kids. Integrated development environment. We use VS Codium, a tool that helps developers write, test, and debug code in an efficient manner. Code editor, VS Codium. Tool that developers use to write and debug code. Git. Popular version control system, allows developers to track changes in their code, collaborate with others, cloud-based hosting services, and repositories, so like storage or location for project files and stuff. We use GitLab. Unfortunately, there's not a really good one. All these have their flaws. And I need to look for another one, and I might even just do my own hosting. But I'm not comfortable with like exposing that to the internet. So what do? Package managers, tools that help developers simplify the process of adding, updating, and removing libraries and project dependencies. Examples include npm, pip, and maven. UV now for Python has just about, I think, supplanted pip, although it kind of wraps on top of pip. Still kind of, I think, uses pip as a as a solver. I think the UV solver, though, is a little bit different. The dependency solver. Testing libraries and frameworks. Testing is done in software to ensure that the code works as expected. Examples of testing libraries and frameworks include Jest, PHP Unit, and JUnit. Okay. Well, those are for... okay, PHP. And, okay. I guess JUnit is for Java or something? Jest for Java, maybe? I think Jest is for Java. JavaScript. So files, file systems, and media formats, working with them. Best practices for naming files is you want to name your files in a way that is easy to understand and maintain. Right. Use a more descriptive name. Yeah. Okay. You don't need to tell me. So we are done with the pomodoros for today, but we got to finish up this little thing here. Root directory is top level directory, and there's file system directory is another name for a folder, of course. Markdown is markup language commonly used for documentation and README files. Index.html represents a default page that is displayed when a user visits a website. Yeah. Usually it points to index.html. Create, move, and delete files and folders using Explorer Finder. At least like when you're like creating your GeoCities page, you had to like have an index.html in order for it to and then like everything else needed to like you needed to link off of that. And that's how you like linked up your different pages. And it was so fucking fun those times. Multi-page websites. And now they're like all like they seem like multi-page, or they seem like single page, but they're really multi-page. It's just like masked behind all the like cobbled behind all these other things, where like rather than serving up a different file or like pointing to a different file, which would then be another endpoint, you are just like generating a new file, serving it up as needed. Create, move, and delete files and folders using Explorer Finder. Explorer is the file manager in Windows. Finder, who cares? Don't use those things. Get away from Windows. Searching for files and folders. Search functionality, Explorer, okay, whatever. Why am I doing this? I mean, that it is interesting to see the newer formats, right? The image formats, PNG, SVG is a file format for vector graphics. Common audio and video formats, MP3, commonly for audio, MP4, of course, for video, but now we're using different things now, like WebM and AVIF. The MOV format was developed by Apple, commonly used for video files. Oh gosh, do we ever remember having to download QuickTime to watch, Common font formats. The TTF format is commonly used for TrueType fonts. The WOLF format, Wobble Open Font format. The Web Open Font format, successor to WOLF, is WOLF 2. There's WOF 3, which provides better compression. ZIP is a file format that is used to compress files and folders. So, browsing the web effectively, what is a web browser? Software application that allows users to access and view websites on the internet. It is fun. I wonder what it would take to build your own web browser. Like, what do you need to consider? Like, because you need to have, like, what do you actually need to make a browser? So to have it be able to take HTML, serve it up, show the content, and also then have the JavaScript functionality back there. Link that up. So you need to have like some kind of Java interpreter or something, JavaScript interpreter, right? And then so you need also a CSS processor, right? So we need to process the CSS so that it does the styling and stuff like that. So there's like other things. So like I wonder if there's like a core thing that you can use, like a kernel, if you will, for a browser kernel. Do browser kernels exist? That's my question. Browser kernel. How to check your browser's kernel. Browser engines. Well, they're engines, right? So the WebKit engine. Okay. Created by Apple. Did not know that. Blink by Google. Gecko by Mozilla. Oh. But the WebKit. Well, that's just the name. I think WebKits are a generic term to describe these things. Is it not? Linux works on WebKit. Okay. The operating systems that engines can run on without emulation, and then so image formats that you can use on all these different things. That's interesting. You can't use all of them. Have CH264 flag. Wait a minute. Media formats. These are the encoders, right? Or the decoders. Typography, other items. Why do some websites look different? This often has to do with your website's, your browser's kernel version, which controls how web pages. It's known as the user agent. Doesn't match your actual browser kernel. So in Mozilla, you can tap the bottom right and then go to settings. The app version is shown there. Well, yes, that's okay. Yeah. Of course, it's going to be, well, in here, 144 is the version of Firefox that we're based off of from LibreWolf. Right. User agent is an HTTP header that the browser sends to the website server, and it contains information about the browser type, version, operating system, so on. Right, so it's the browser asking the website, hey, I need some content from you. Can you give it to me in something that I can use and help me out here? Tell them the way to your name so they know who is placing the order. User agent informs the server about the browser and operating system you're using. Like specifying the type of food you're willing to accept, right? Accept and then refer and then the cookie. Oh, this is all interesting stuff. We should probably learn this shit. Common web browsers, of course, search engine, common search strategies. You can use site followed by the URL of a website. Search for the content, of course. File type. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're good. I think we're good for coming on up here for this exam that we got on Friday. And I'll have to think about how I'm going to show that. Yeah, because on Thursday we're going to review CSS and do the animation quiz, and we should be good. Should be good from there. So that should pack it up for today. That should do it. That was a day. That was day number 27 of 90 days of web development. We are 30% of the way through our journey here. Looking forward to getting this part out of the way, and going on to reading some books that will stretch our JavaScript skills and stuff, and hopefully put to use like So I think what I want to do after this week is next week I want to try to explore some of the things I can build. Go back over the portfolio page thing. Let's build that portfolio page. Just showcase like what we did with this course, and then work from there. And think about what kinds of elements we want to add for our stream. We are going to be moving over to Twitch because it's just better, I think, engagement over there, and there's easier to get discovered over there as well. And also I kind of already know some people over there that might follow me over here. And also it allows me to do open it up to doing more different things rather than just the code stuff. So there's some decisions I have to make about merging two accounts and stuff, but we'll take care of that. And so that's going to be it for today. And let me go toggle off the Pomodoro, and we're done for today. So, yeah, went through a lot today. I hope everyone's good. Keep the spirits up. Keep going. Day by day, get through it. And we'll look back in 90 days and see how we're doing. So, that's all for today. We'll be back on Thursday. We'll catch you for day 28. Bye.